Kaj pa tvoj majk stari? Pa ste bili na sliki. Kak imaš mikrofon tam, ne? Če se po noči prišli špirat, David, oni so prišli špirat.
Because we're already late, and that makes it my fault, not yours, but get inside. Can you hear? Okay, we'll start anyway. Should we do this thing? Is everybody ready? Good morning. I hope you enjoyed last night, if you were here last night. Some of you look like you maybe haven't woken up yet. Was it a good evening? Did we have fun? Did we drink too much? Did we go to bed too late? I managed to be almost awake, and I didn't go to bed till gone 3, so let's play this game. Let us start. And the very first guest I will welcome to the stage. Do I do this? Are you guys ready? Yeah. Okay, let's go. The very first guest I welcome to the stage from SI Cert Gorazd Božič.
nobody care about mama, cause you don't hang around, mess around.
Interesting choice of music, Gorazd. Are you hard to handle?
like it?
I do like
Well,
it.
No, not really. It depends on who you are, what's the subject we're discussing, on how far you push me.
But music is important to you anyway.
Yeah, music is important. Yeah, from classical music to rock.
And
Listen to
wine.
punk when I was younger.
Punk bands you like?
Yeah, punk. Oh, I mean, the Sex Pistols, of course, from the newer generations, the Green Day.
Okay.
Been to a very fantastic concert in Ljubljana. Yeah, that's it.
Favorite bands you've actually seen? I mean, you've just mentioned Green Day.
Oh, yeah, but also Depeche Mode.
Aha.
Yeah, I don't.
That's a classy choice.
Yeah, but I don't miss going to the Mahler Second Symphony whenever it's in the vicinity, whenever I'm in the vicinity of where they're performing it.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah.
Have you got really favorite kinds of classical music? Because for me, classical music is very big. range.
Early 20th century.
Okay.
Yeah, so Prokofiev, Shostakovich,
Okay.
things like that.
Yeah. Nice. You could have come on to Prokofiev.
Well,
Well,
maybe that would be a bit of a challenge.
No, nothing's a challenge to these guys. They're great. Gorazd, great to meet you. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you. So, hello everyone. Today's topic that I've chosen is the Balkan security hotspot. Now, if you are wondering why we are talking about the cybersecurity Balkan hotspot, I can ask you, where have you been last year? Did you follow the news? There were a number of incidents that shook the region, especially two countries, Montenegro and Albania. Albania was a target of state-sponsored threat actors from Iran, it seems, while the Montenegrin incident was first portrayed as being a state-sponsored as well, but it turns out it was basically a ransomware gang. But a ransomware gang that managed to basically destroy the government infrastructure, and they had a lot of trouble of putting it back up and getting it to function again. But another reason is that I have been pretty active in the region for roughly 10 years. So the first you see here, in 2012, we've already sponsored the then newly formed Montenegrin national cert into the first, together with the colleagues from Croatia. So yeah, we can talk about later if they have a cert, so how did they respond and why did things happen the way they did? There was a number of other things. I would mention also an interesting thing, the cert for Republika Srpska in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The story continues to this day. So new certs are formed, new capacities are being built. And if we take a look at what the situation was, again, roughly 10 years ago, this is a map where you can see the members of FIRST. FIRST being the form of incident response and security teams. And you see that here is a gray area, which means no certs in this area except for Montenegro. Yes, you saw in 2012 they became the first member. But other than that, apart from Slovenia and Croatia, yes, there was not a lot going on. So I can say that this was a kind of a phase one. A phase one in the Balkans was about cybersecurity capacity building. What that meant is that we were doing tours in the region, talking about how to organize incident response, the importance of cybersecurity issues, listening to our partners in the region that explained what the issues that they have on the table, what the problems that they are faced with are, showing some best practices. One of the lessons from going around and talking about incident response, one of the valuable lessons is that you cannot prescribe to other countries how they will organize themselves in incident response. So we could talk about our experiences, our path, how we have discovered that we can function as an incident response team and a community in the country, and then see how things will develop in each particular country. But the path was pretty simple. So there's an RFC document if you are an incident response team that you have to fill out. There's a thing called Trusted Introducer, which is a service put forward by European teams organized in a TFC cert. So that's for another talk, but you can look it up if you haven't met these terms before. And then down the road, when the team is mature enough, the first membership. There was a number of regional tabletop exercises organized, and that brought us to the situation as we see it now. So the gray areas have diminished, the green areas have gone through the region. Even in Bosnia and Herzegovina, remember I thought that there was one team from Republika Srpska, but now there's an academic incident response team at the University of Sarajevo, which is a kind of a last resort team. If there's no other teams in the country, you can contact the academic cert and ask them if they can assist in getting you in touch with the people that are involved in the incident. So this is the state now. And you see that there's an issue with Kosovo. There's a lot of hindrances that they have to jump across there to start forming a team. If we talk about how difficult it is to get good professionals in cybersecurity, you can imagine what the situation is in Kosovo, even harder. So things are improving, at least if you look at the first map. Now there's other things that you can look at. This is the National Cybersecurity Index, which is run by the Estonian e-Government Academy, ega.ee. So you can find that and you can play with selecting the countries and comparing which countries are doing better and countries that are doing worse. So you see that down here, you know, no, up here, cyber incident response, yeah, we have that in Slovenia, also in Albania, interestingly enough. They were hit with a cyber incident, but with the cybersecurity index, they're pretty high. And you can see the top line there is Serbia. Well done, Serbia. But there's a number of issues with other countries, even with Slovenia. So you can see a bit of a stagnation or slight drops over the years, sliding down this cybersecurity index. Why? Well, because we need what I think now is the second phase. And the second phase is awareness raising. And those of you that know what kind of work we do, you know that we do the Varnina Internetu awareness raising program, but I'm not talking about this sort of awareness raising. Awareness raising that I'm talking about is about these people. This is taken from the Bled Strategic Forum from last year, where the topic of the Bled Strategic Forum was the Western Balkans and inclusion of the countries in the Western Balkans towards the membership in the EU. So these are the guys that we need to address, because I think most of the problems that we see with cybersecurity in the region is not about tactical solutions. Yes, there are issues where some financing is in order to improve the technical capabilities for protecting the networks, for responding to incidents, and so on. But today, I think the problem is the awareness on the political level. If you have a fragmented environment, if nobody's really being serious when talking about cybersecurity, because talk is cheap, but then when you have to invest into something, then your dedication is actually shown. And until you have that awareness and some vision on long-term development, things are going to stay fragmented and things are going to stay problematic. Now, I mentioned national cybersecurity index run by Estonian EGA. There's one by ITU as well. So ITU runs the Global Cybersecurity Index as well. But the problem here is it is based on questionnaires. It is not done by some special audit, somebody inspecting the situation in your country and evaluating it. It's based on the questionnaire. And then we come to the problem of the culture in the region. And we are part of the region, believe me. So we cannot be exempt from this culture that says, let's try to interpret the question in a manner that will allow us to say, yes, we are okay on that subject. We have the capabilities there. And then you fill out the form and everything looks fantastic. But in reality, you know, we all know about the Potemkin's villages and so on. So until we start treating these questionnaires seriously, we will have a problem. And there's another path, and which is the EU NIS2 directive, that will enable the European Commission and ENISA to go and inspect what the real situation in the member states are. This is not going to solve the Western Balkans completely, because ENISA and the European Commission, until those countries become EU members, will not go and do assessment in those countries. But if we're optimistic, the NIS2 effects will probably spill over a little in the region, and we will be able to see some improvement there as well. And another thing that is problematic is that we all like to write strategies. There's a strategy for this, there's a strategy for that, and even examples in the Slovenia show that we have strategies without real action plans on how to implement those strategies, and no checks on whether the goals were actually met from those strategies. And that's the problem, I think, that I have observed through most of the region as well. Let's make it look nice on paper, and then back to the decision makers on the political level, they are convinced that this is the job done. So they don't have really that insight into the operational part on implementing the strategies. When you have a document, job done. Let's move on to the next one. So this is a problem, but things are going to improve, I believe. Even also because there's a lot of money being put now into the region. Countries are competing on who's going to invest more. So the Balkan is now really a hotspot because everybody wants a foot in the door, everybody wants to have some influence. And there's, of course, the geopolitical situation that we all know about that is also pushing this forward as being really important. So even Slovenia, together with France, has established the Western Balkans Cyber Capacity Center in Podgorica, Montenegro. There was a first train-the-trainers session already there, and the new ones are planned. Let's hope this is going to be a success. European Union is investing a lot now in the region, Western Balkans capacity building and the governance issues, and we are participating there as well. United States, of course, want to have some sort of influence. If you follow the news also in Montenegro, both France and United States were there solving the problem. So it would be nice to be a fly on the wall when all those guys were in the room. How tense it was. I believe that maybe it didn't go really that smoothly. And we are continuing with the CSIRT activities as well. Even though I've said, you know, the problems are mostly now on the policy/political level, not all of the problems are there. And me coming from a CERT, I'm going to concentrate on activities, CSIRT activities. So the basics are known throughout the region. The tabletop exercises have been done. So we need to focus on more specific subjects, how to do more information sharing, case studies on particular incidents, so that we share with our colleagues in the region lessons learned, war stories, so to speak. So we'll continue to support this newly formed CSIRTs. I hope I have portrayed a bit about our activities in the Western Balkans, why globally a number of countries think that this is important. And if we have some time, I would be really glad to answer some of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. We enjoyed, we learn, we find more information with everyone who speaks. Are we going to do a little, see if we can find somebody to win a small prize? Are we all ready with the gentleman of the band to give us a drum roll? Are you present, David? Here we have the problem. You see, you don't come and you lose a chance to get gifts from us. Play it again, Sam. One more time. Mahia, are you here? Mahia? Not. Oh dear, it was like this yesterday, wasn't it? We didn't, you know, not ready to do these things. The clicker. Thank you very much, in case we need it. Super. Final time for this particular presentation. One more spin of the names. Alexander, you must be here. Please be here. You're not here. Okay, fine. Oh well, such is life. We will move on. Next person I'd like to welcome to the stage this morning from Swim Lane, Toby van der Griet. Hi. I'm good. I'm awake. Just. Who am I listening to? Oh, right, okay. Get lucky. Someone you believe it? Get lucky. Are you a lucky man?
You know what? I suppose I am. Yeah, we all have good luck, we all have bad luck. Am I lucky? Is it good luck? Is it bad luck? I guess we'll know on the final day.
It's a balance.
Yeah, it is a balance. Yeah.
But do you live life like hoping for luck, or are you a more organized?
I'd like to try and be organized.
You have a direction.
The more organized you are, the harder you work, the smarter you work, the luckier you get.
And the harder you work, actually, the easier the work becomes.
I like to think about working smarter. You start off working hard, and as you get better at it,
Yeah.
you start working smarter.
Yes.
But yes, the harder you work, the more used to it you get. But you've got to give your brain, your body a time to recover too.
And talking of recovery, how was last night?
Last night was great. I thought the band were fantastic, but I'm such a boring old man. I actually went to bed about midnight.
Oh,
So I
dear.
know. But
No,
I'm
you're
enjoying
not gonna
seeing
be
the
boring.
hungover faces here today.
Let's prove you're not boring. Let's have the
Okay,
presentation.
fantastic. Could you pass me the clicker, please?
Yep, I certainly can.
Superb. Thank you so much.
Ciao.
Thank you. Excellent. Well, good afternoon, good morning. Or is it good night for everyone who was out late last night? There's a few hungover faces here today. So my name is Toby van der Grift. I'm the Vice President for Europe from Swim Lane. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what we do, but I want to try and focus it on your worlds. So I always like to make things a little bit different. So, is it working? Clicker's not working. Shake it. Click it. Ah, it buzzed. There we go. Don't take over me. Don't move forward. Okay. A little bit random. 2,701. Does that number look familiar to anyone? Has anybody here read Cryptonomicon? A novel about cryptology. That number looks like it's prime, doesn't it? Is that a prime number? We all know what prime numbers are. The weird thing about that number, and I like numbers, I'm in security because I like helping people. I'm paranoid, and I'm a nerd. And part of being a nerd is liking numbers. That number is weird because it looks prime, but it's not. It's actually, oh, come on, clicker, don't let me down.
Why is it so slow today?
This is going to be a very awkward presentation if my clicker is not working. Okay, thank you. It's actually the product of two prime numbers reversed, 73 and 37. That's weird, and that's interesting, because we work in security. We go through a world where we look for things that look like they should be okay, but they're not quite right. And that's a classic example of something that looks like it should be right, but it's not quite right. Another example of numbers that are a little bit weird. Okay, I got a point here, have I? Okay, thank you. Okay, perfect numbers. Thank you for that. Sorry for being slow, everybody. A positive integer that's equal to the sum of its divisors. Again, quite nerdy, a little bit boring. And why am I doing this to you when you've got a hangover? Because it's quite torturous, and I enjoy being mean to people. I find these quite weird. You know, how could there possibly be a number that is the sum of all its divisors? But here's some examples. No one's ever found the maximum number of positive numbers out there. But that's what a positive number looks like. To me, that is actually pretty creepy. I don't like them. It's a little bit freaky. But again, it's one of the kind of things we have to look for as security professionals. Here's another set of numbers which I find quite creepy. Now, at this point, I often see people's eyes rolling to the top of their heads. They're going, oh, really, Toby? This has been around for 15 years. And I remember when I first got into security, I saw these statistics, or ones like them, and I thought, oh my God, this is fantastic. Finally, a product with a huge problem that I'll be able to sell a lot of software and help people at the same time. The weird thing is, we've all been talking about this for at least a decade, 15 years, maybe even 2 decades. These numbers are awful. These are horrible numbers because they have not improved in that time. This is not okay. I cannot think of one other industry in the world where we would not improve numbers like that and it would be allowed to be acceptable. It just wouldn't happen. Maybe unless you work for one of the big 4 audit companies and you're doing audit compliance. They seem to get away with not improving an awful lot. But that is not okay. And we're all in this room because we want to stop that happening. It's not improving, not because we don't try, not because we're not good at our jobs, but the problem is quite simply enormous. It's a very difficult problem to solve. So we all know that hiring and training is not an option. There's no lack of talent, to quote Mo Cashman from Trellix. There's plenty of talent out there in the world, but the problem is actually bigger than the amount of talent we have. It doesn't matter how many people you hire or how good you are at Excel spreadsheets. I mean, who enjoys doing VLOOKUP in spreadsheets and cut and pasting CVEs and looking for things like that in a spreadsheet? No one? Not a single hand's gone up? Unsurprising. No hands ever go up for that question. Hiring and training is not an option. This is quite funny. I can't control my PowerPoint, which is terrible for a salesperson. And prioritization and anomaly detection is simply a symptom of lack of capacity. It means that you're ignoring things, that you want to spend your time doing other things. And that's how the bad guys get in, because the cockroaches always live under the rocks you don't lift up and have a look under. So, automation. One of the problems we have in automation is the amount of information we ask our staff to deal with. Not just the amount of information, the fact the information changes frequently, the fact they've got lots of different consoles to look at, all presenting the information we need in different types of formats, hence the spreadsheet conversation, the question I asked earlier. So we get the classic things. This could be from any vendor. Analysts burning out, alerts going ignored or missed, attackers dwelling for weeks, months, even years in some cases. We all know about the cases out there like Target and JP Morgan. And we've got no idea if we're getting better or worse. So the whole point with Swimlane is that we aim to only present the relevant data to the analyst at the right time. So we auto-prioritize those alerts, and we'll squash them down into one single this is quite difficult for me. At you? Okay, right. Slow sales guy's catching up. Oh, apparently he isn't. Oh, there we go. Only the relevant data is shown to the analyst. Alerts are auto-prioritized and sent to the appropriate expert. So we're not spending time asking analysts to work on information which is irrelevant. We're not spending time for analysts trying to do things they shouldn't be doing. We can create automations in a single click. We can create reports in a single click. We can create dashboards in a single click. So right now what we're talking about is relatively interesting, but you might be thinking, well, what's he actually talking about? So I've got a little workflow here. Ignore what the workflow is. This is a cartoon, because salespeople think in cartoons, and I'm one of those people. So the whole point of this is that we've got a little race here. The red dot is the human. The blue dots is swim lane. Ignore what the workflow is. It could be anything. It could be much bigger. It could be much smaller. But the whole point is that while the human is trying to do things, swim lane can do things much quicker. And it can do it repetitively, it can do it consistently, it can do it recursively. The amount of time it takes for a human to work through this workflow could be anywhere between 15 minutes to 3 hours to 3 days. But the point is you can have swim lane automating these workflows, integrating with the rest of your vendors very rapidly and doing things that a human being can't do. And you'll notice that the red dot has stopped there. That's your human being on holiday or going to the toilet or having a break or having a chat about Game of Thrones they watched last night. So, that's automation at kind of a level which is where most people start. We've got some fantastic statistics here. So one thing that's nice about automation is the fact that you can give actual real-world examples of actual benefits here. So 95% reduction in alerts, 50% reduction in MTTR, improvements on ROI. And I've got a real-world situation here. One of my customers in the UK, they're saving £828,000 a year. They have an organization which has 80 SOC analysts, and that equates to having an additional 2 analysts they could have bought every single month for the rest of the year. So don't look at it in terms of cost savings. Look at it in terms of the additional capacity you're giving your team. The amount of time they're saving is converted into additional capacity, allowing your analysts to go and do the clever stuff. For example, one of the things they saved time on was reducing the average phishing email investigation from about 3 hours down to about 3 minutes. But let's go one step beyond. Let's talk about something else. Security is more than just a set of unique workflows. We are not a zero trust company, okay? So I'm not trying to sell you zero trust, but zero trust is an example of security requirements which are very complicated. This is a chart from NIST and from CISA in the US. This is what they give you. They show zero trust as being the top of the mountain. We all know that you'll never fully achieve zero trust. It's an ongoing journey. There are many vendors out there that do fantastic jobs at sub-parts of that. But the reality is, if we zoom in, these are all the requirements that NIST and CISA say you should be achieving. Interestingly, you can see at every level there, they've noted automation and orchestration, which is what swim lane does. Now, very briefly, this is a mind map of our own internal infrastructure of what we do, how we deliver security. It's a complete spaghetti mess, and it's probably similar for many, many organizations out there. And you'll notice we've got lots of different vendors. And there are many fantastic vendors out there: Lacework, CrowdStrike, SentinelOne, Nozomi, Elasticsearch. They all do automations of their own in their own right, and they're very good at what they do. But the problem is, they don't automate between each other. And the problem is, lots of companies try and automate by writing scripts, but when people leave or the script gets neglected, that breaks down. So we call that micro-automation. That's what we call that. So it's automating at a basic level. It doesn't really solve the problem of more complex security requirements. What we aim to do with swim lane is automate the next layer up. Automate the next layer up. There we go. Okay. Scuppered by PowerPoint. Automate the next layer up. So you shouldn't be trying to manually go between different consoles and between different vendors. You should be able to automate that. That should be a very simple thing to do. There are other vendors out there that can do something similar, but what Swimlane is a low-code platform. The whole point of Swimlane is it's quick and easy. You don't have to have a master's degree in computer science to be able to write code to create your automations. You can do it with a click and a drag. So I've got 17 minutes left on the clock here because I've kind of rushed through this because I got a bit foiled by my lack of clicker. But I might have said some contentious things here. Does anybody have any questions they'd like to ask me about automation or about Swimlane before I wrap up? No? In that case, I've got 17 minutes to give back to the next person.
You're done?
I'm done. I'm done.
Wow, that was extremely quick.
Yeah?
As is obviously your system, quick and effective.
Exactly the
That's
point.
the best thing you can possibly be.
Thank you very much.
Sorry about the clicker. I don't know why
It's
that
probably
was
me.
such
It's probably
an
me.
issue. Well, I don't.
We'll never know.
It's-
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much. So let's have a quick spin of the old wheel and see if we can come up with some winning names. Let it roll. Do we have an Ivan? Any old Ivan will do. No, I can't say that, can I? Sorry, we don't have it. Go again. All these people went home early? How dare they? Gosh. Are we sure the names are the same as people that are Who knows? Well, we will move on. And I'm very happy to bring Sky High Security and Nino Tolic to the stage.
An old cowboy riding out one dark and windy day. Upon reaching rested as he went along his way. When all at once a mighty herd of red-eyed how he saw, flowing through the ragged sky, and up the cloud they draw. Yippee-yi-yi, yippee-yi-yo, ghost riders in the sky.
You only got to hear the first guitar chord and it's Johnny Cash.
Yeah, definitely.
There's no way you can miss this sound.
Yeah, it's the recognizable thing. I apologize for the shameless plug with the Sky High.
That's not shameless. It's a great idea.
Yeah, I thought, cowboys, they go and they wear hats. And some people in our community wear hats. Some wear white hats, some wear black hats. And I thought it was oddly appropriate.
Very appropriate. I like it very much. Nice piece of music. It was a change. Just the first bit of sort of country-ish
Yeah,
stuff we
take it slow, take
Are you a
it
Johnny
easy.
Cash fan at all?
Yeah, I thought I'd wear all black, but it wouldn't be that appropriate. So a bit of color, blue.
How's the 2 days going so far?
Excellent, excellent. Very pleased. This is my first time here, but so far the production level is amazing. You've been amazing. The organization and everything, I like it very much. I'll be sure to return.
I'm glad to hear it and pass the word.
Yeah,
Mind you, we're going to have to move, aren't we? We had absolutely full heads yesterday. The stage is yours. We look forward to your presentation.
Thank you
so
very much. So thank you very much. I hope I won't be slowed down as much as Toby was by the clicker. But then again, Chris tells me I have plenty of time, so prepare to be bored. So my name is Nino Tolic, as mentioned. I'm a systems engineer with Sky High Security, the company for almost 5 years now. For the agenda, I've prepared sort of a rough outline as follows. So first of all, a bit, who is Sky High Security? What is our brand? What do we do? The lessons from the field that we have learned in our extensive experience. And the third is break, so anything goes. So Sky High Security. Who is Sky High Security? Most of you people will recognize us as a continuation of the McAfee brand. So basically a little bit of a corporate overview. So in 2021, a group of investors called STG, Symphony Technology Group, acquired two companies called FireEye and McAfee Enterprise. In 2022, they have carved out the cloud side of the business, the proxy side of the business into the Sky High brand, and the endpoint side of the business to the Trellix brand, our dear former colleagues. The FireEye remains separate. In 2023, we have integrated the FireEye portfolio into the Trellix brand, while Sky High remains separate, but we still work very closely together and integrate. Our mission and vision is to be a data-focused security company, so we take an innovative approach to security by focusing on your data, no matter where it is. We want to keep your sensitive data confidential, discover your application's workflows, and enable you to comply with regulations. In the latest Gartner Critical Capabilities report for the 2023, we were ranked in the visionary quadrant. Out of the 4 critical capabilities use cases, we have scored #1 in 2 of them and #3 in the other one. So basically, I encourage you to take a look at the critical capabilities report, which outlines the analyst's view of our technology, and I have to say it is extremely favorable to us. Our portfolio covers the pillars of the SSE. So we have our SWIG with the latest edition of the cloud firewall, and our CASB solution, world-leading renowned CASB solution, our private access solution, and the CNAPP, so the Cloud Native Application Protection Platform. The main point to stress here is that this is all unified in a single console, a single UI. It has an intuitive dashboard, and it has a single pane of glass to view your incidents and to manage your policies. Before we begin, since I'll be sharing some lessons from the field, I have to put the following disclaimers. So these lessons are based on real examples which were experienced in the wild. Screenshots and code examples and things like that are naturally mine. And yeah, any and all similarity to real incidents, events, people, services, locales, or endpoints is purely accidental and coincidental. The philosopher in me has to point out that this is obviously a contradiction, but it's nice, a bit of legalese. And now for the lessons. So, story 1, this in the top right-hand corner is intentional. Story 1 deals with a ransomware attack that might or might not have been experienced by one of our customers. As the story usually goes, the initial vector was a spearfish attack. The malware deployed was a fairly stealthy malware. It had an interesting hook inside because the attack was mostly targeted. It was a ransomware that had a minimal delivery, and it downloaded the rest of the payload from a totally legit GitHub repo. The GitHub in that organization was whitelisted because, frankly, the developers didn't want to wait for the scanning times to complete. The data exfiltration was performed via Google Drive. Quick show of hands, how many of you block Google in your environments? I'm shocked. There are like 5, 6 hands and 7 hands in the air. I'm shocked. Okay, in this case, the attackers were correctly assuming that Google Drive was not being blocked, so they wanted to exfiltrate the data over Google Cloud. So this is the excerpt from the Mitra attack. So the pattern number that we see here, the technique T1567, it was a subset of that particular technique. The data exfil failed. Now, why did it fail? For a very stupid reason. The tenant was restricted. The endpoint in question had a sky-high client proxy on it, which transparently redirected traffic to the cloud. In the cloud, we had a rule set that restricted access to tenants only to sanctioned tenants of that particular company. Basically, the attack was noticed due to the high volume of incidents and alerts for access to the unrestricted tenants. Yeah, by the way, we have a Mitra attack dashboard in our platform, which I'm sure that some of you would appreciate. So the lesson 1 from this, I made it like so. Think really how will you actually exfil data from your target environment. This is a bit tongue-in-cheek and maybe more for the red teamers out there. But the real lesson that I want to share is do not underestimate the basics. URL filtering and tenant restrictions are just some of the computationally very cheap methods that can really go a long way to save your organization. We all want to talk and like to talk a lot about machine learning and all sorts of advanced malware detection things, but sometimes something as simple as this can really save your skin, and it really doesn't cost a lot. So, next story. Clicker. Story 2. How many of you recognize this logo? All right, how many of you use it? Awesome, awesome. So this was a case of a sensitive data upload on the service. It was some very, very sensitive data. Maybe some of you already recognize what we are talking about here. So basically, data that was uploaded in a particular Dropbox, particular Discord server, spread very quickly online. And thank you to Guardian for showing the way that this data has spread online. In the end, it turned out to be some very classified, very sensitive Pentagon information. How was this culprit of the data exfil identified? So it was an OSINT effort by the members of both the government and the press. And in this case, the press was actually faster, and they arrived to Mr. Jack T's house before the FBI. Richard's not here. Okay. Before FBI. The way that the culprit was really identified was from some of his social media posts. So what has been noticed is that the grain on the wood top, on the countertop, matched the countertops in the exfil data, and the pattern of the tiles on the floor had been matched to some social media posts of our dear friend Jack here. Story 2, remote browser isolation. What does remote browser isolation have to do with it? We have customers that are law enforcement agencies that use remote browser isolation to perform OSINT. So basically, they are able to use the services that are regularly blocked or not normally accessible. The thing to notice here is that in our platform, we include Risky Web RBI for free. So any unverified, uncategorized website will be automatically isolated, which saves you the trouble of the whack-a-mole, pretty much, with any new service that you don't know that you want to block or you need to block, and you get lots of user tickets. DLP and anti-malware are included, and remote browser controls are also included in case the DLP and AM is not enough for you. So pretty much, I don't know if you can see it in the screenshot, we can employ advanced controls such as blocking of the copy-paste of functionality of the clipboard, or blocking of the upload or download of the sensitive data. The great thing about it is that the service is still usable. So I've logged into my Discord over here, and you can see maybe the screenshot that the Discord service was isolated. We have an integrated dashboard, of course, which shows the exact time, what was spent in the isolated session, and what the customer has actually done in there. And yeah, by the way, the PDFs that were exfilled, we have OCR for that. So it would be nice that the service in question also had it. So what I found interesting while researching Discord for this is that they also want to employ advanced AI technologies for content moderation, and I find it very interesting, yeah. So the lesson 2, whether it's open source intelligence or shady parts of the web, competitive intelligence, whatever you would normally block or would not want other people to see that you are doing online, consider using remote browser isolation whenever you need total protection, pretty much, because the platform completely isolates any code transfer between the destination site and your own endpoint. Additionally, OCR is your friend. If your organization deals with large volumes of image data, particularly PDFs, then this is something you might want to look into. Story 3, continuing on with the same theme, how many of you recognize this logo? 1, 2, 3, all right, yeah, there are a nice show of hands. So I kind of plugged it in a little with the Discord use of AI. So ChatGPT these days is the craze. GPT seems fairly capable. So in this screenshot, I don't know if you can see it, I have asked it to explain some code to me. I've simply copy-pasted Mozilla's SOPs, open source code, into it and said, hey, can you tell me what this does? And basically, we have a nice little overview, paragraph by paragraph, written exactly what this code does. So why not use it? I mean, anybody who's coded something ever has certainly come onto a position of, what does this code do? What is this function method? What is this calling? I have no idea. Can someone explain that to me like I'm 5? We even made a shorthand for that. So I have asked in this example, for example, say, GPT, what's wrong with this code? Oh, you're missing a parentheses there. So we see it's a fairly useful tool. And one of the devs in one of our customers' environments thought that was very cool as well. He had a particular problem in their source code that he couldn't identify for a long time. So he asked ChatGPT, hey, ChatGPT, what's wrong with this highly sensitive proprietary code? ChatGPT was helpful to answer, but customer was reasonably upset that their IP was being posted online, God knows where. So story 3, the JSON. Again, what does JSON have to do with it? The customer in question asked, can I control ChatGPT? I know I can just block it. You have the AI services in your environment. I could just say, yeah, block all AI services. But can we do something about it? Because it's terribly useful. So without a block, what can we do? So I started digging a bit using the old TCP dump, the old developer tools, and I found out that for all the magic that happens in ChatGPT backend, the front end is actually a very, very nicely written JSON. Plain text responses, plain text requests, which led me to think, maybe we can use our DLP engine on that. So I proposed an example, an exercise with the customer. So who is Andy the Giant? Pretty much all the good organizations in the world use code words or project names. So our friends from another 3-letter agency, the Equation Group, also used a lot of code words. So we figured, let's call it Andy the Giant. The customer's name was Andy. So we make it a DLP policy. What's Andy the Giant? If we see Andy the Giant, we want to block this. So we asked ChatGPT, who is Andy the Giant? And ChatGPT was stumped. He never knew who Andy the Giant was. And he popped up an error. But as a matter of fact, that we can see in this screenshot here, Andy the Giant had been blocked by by our DLP engine. So lesson 3. Everyone stands on the shoulders of giants. So if you have a new technology, a new approach, you can use something that you have learned in the past and try to approach it with the old methods and evolve the methods from there. We also have a little blog post, so to speak, which details everything that we can do about ChatGPT. So I have also sped through, apologies Chris for that. What next? What is next for your company? What is next for us? So I propose as follows. Contact us to discuss how we can help with your data security needs. Contact me if you have any other interesting examples from your environment. I have plenty of war stories we can share outside. You can request a demo or a deep dive with us in any of the areas of SSE. Or you can join a hands-on workshop that my SE colleagues and I run. It is a 3-hour SSE hands-on workshop, and you can try Sky-High Security for yourself. In this session, you get access to a fully provisioned tenant with a remote desktop client, and we walk you through some use cases, examples, and basically it is aimed for the tech part of the audience. We will be glad to host you. We hold these currently in English, German, and French, and I also aim to hold 2 of these in the Croatian language in Q3 and Q4. So thank you for this. Was pleased to do this for you. And if you have any questions, I'm right here and I will be right outside. So thank you very much again.
Thank you so much. I'm glad it worked for you most of the time. Right, shall we have a little go and try and give away something? Are you guys ready for this? Are you press the roller and let it go? Ekran, are you with us this morning? No, you are not. Oh, I can't actually see over there. Join me. Join me. You are the first person today to be given a little gift. I have no idea what it is. Congratulations for actually being here to watch the presentation. See? Have trust. It works. We have come pretty much spot on time. Thank goodness. Well done to those who gave us slightly shorter but succinct presentations. Thank you so much. 11 till 11:30, you have a break. Please be back here a fraction before 11:30 so that we can get straight on with the next part of the movement. Nothing else to tell you at this point. Thank you so much. your life easier for the future? Changing your complete direction because of some information you didn't know? I hope so. Well, if you need to do it, I hope so. We come to the point where we will very soon invite the first person aboard. Do you want to play? But first... And the next speaker is a Frenchman living in England. So, bienvenue sur scène to... You ready? I will do the name and you will say it. Julien Laurent. Hi. Un peu fort.
Just know what you got. Alone you still in front of you. In the headlights, in a story, you're a star.
Julien, comment allez-vous?
Très bien, et toi?
Shall we do it in English, though?
Yeah, I think it would be better.
You're a busy man and you do lots of different things, and one of those things is pretty active in your life.
Yeah, for many years now.
Tell
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, well, I think you're referring to the jiu-jitsu, right?
I am referring to your martial arts prowess, yes.
Yeah, it's been a really big part of my life. It was about 20 years I competed, and then I ended up teaching later on, which was a great experience. And I think like my daughter now is also picking up. She chose a different one. I was a jiu-jitsu guy, she's karate, which, okay.
You're defensive and she's a little more on the attack.
She's more on the attack, yeah. And there was a really cool thing once when the first time she had the first belt. It's quite an event, and we were in the car and she asked me, what belt do you have, Dad? And I said, well, a black belt, third dan. And she was, yeah, it's okay. I will have at least 5. And it's like, it's one of these, right? It's the inspiration that she has to it. And I hope she does. I was not good enough to get 5. But
It continues.
It continues. You go up to 7 to be...
No, maybe for her, she's still...
Oh, yeah. She's a very driven little thing. It's quite impressive. Quite impressive.
I think she has a good teacher, a good coach.
She might have someone that is not letting her lower down the activity. That's for sure.
But it is great, isn't it, to see kids totally committed to something and actually really put passion into it.
It is, and you see it across all sorts of things. Like one of the things that I love where I work now, I've been lucky enough to work in really big organizations and so on. And here is that discipline and that passion. Like when you work with people that have the passion for what they're doing, but also the discipline it requires to achieve the goals that you're trying to do, to support, it's really quite something. And that's I think what translates into life when you take your personal stuff. Really.
There are an awful lot of people out there waiting for your passion.
It's pretty good.
Give it to them.
Hey guys, thank you for being here. I know there was quite a big party yesterday. You all look pretty bright and early. So I will try to keep it not too technical. I'm going to go nerd level 4. Is that okay for everyone? Yeah, well, seems all right. We talk about intelligence and mostly in fraud. So You guys are familiar with intelligence in malware activity, in network, and I want to say a thing or two about fraud. So no person that is into martial arts can have a presentation with a Senju quote, right? But this is quite important. I would challenge yourself to say, when you're thinking of fraud, do you know yourself? And by that, do you know what you are capable of stopping? What technique you are capable of using, which is very important. But more so, do you understand your enemy? Do you understand how they work? Now, if we think of hackers and fraudsters, a lot of the time, what we hear is that you know that enemy. You know, a lot of the time, people are still the stereotype, fraudster is a guy which is good in computer and he stole some money. And you know that one. What I want you to think is, do you know those guys? Because today, fraudsters are not anymore small group, a couple of guys that are good with PCs. They are organized crime. Fraud is now the next step for many large organizations. And I actually presented with a colleague of Robert last year in Singapore with the FBI when we were highlighting the fact that if you consider how hard it is for organized crime that traditionally will do drug trafficking, kidnapping, human trafficking, these have a huge infrastructure involved. You have to physically show up to places. You need to move things. These are all opportunity for you to get caught. And in reality, if you go to the cyber, the chance of being caught are much less. It's much lower risk. Even when you come to, if you get caught, how many years you go in jail for kidnapping? How many years you go in jail for doing a phishing scam, right? And fraudsters now have an entire market when some people will assess, I'm only stealing credential. I do phishing, I steal the credential, I sell them. That's the risk I'm willing to take. And then someone else in that black market will buy those credentials and go to the account takeover stage. And if we don't understand how they operate, if you don't understand your opponent, you cannot defeat him. What's happening in our side? Typically, on our side, what we see is that if a fraudster managed to target one institution using a malware or another type of technology or mule accounts, even once that bank managed to detect something, that same gig will work in another one. And in the corporation, just changing a couple of logos, adapting the text a bit, but the fundamentals are the same. Because we do not communicate enough. We do not exchange enough information between us in order to learn and to adapt fast enough. So what we decided to create on our side is what we call fraud intelligence. And what does it look like? Well, this is an example. I think at the moment everybody has heard of investment scams. That's quite popular at the moment in Europe. Now, let's not judge people. I know it's easy to say, oh, who is foolish enough to fall for this fraud? It's so obvious. I'll ask you a question. Please raise your hand if you ever received an email from a Nigerian prince or heard about a friend that did. There you go, yeah. Have you noticed that the email is so stupid, it's got spelling mistakes in it? Yeah? You notice that? How stupid I was, fraudster. Spelling mistake in the email. It's on purpose. It's not a mistake. It's here to remove from the pipeline any potential target which eventually has too much attention to details and will realize that it's a scam. It is all precisely coordinated, not a mistake. And see here, when we say, oh yeah, spelling mistake, we underestimate them. And they will adapt. Different target will have different approach. And so this is what we do here. We break down different type of scam, fraud scheme, in the same way that you are familiar with the Mitra system, by stages. And what does it mean for you guys? Well, there's 3 main stages you should care about. The first one is prevention, when it's still time for you to take action to protect yourself and your customer, right? So this is when you can detect Phishing scam using your brand, your logo. This is when you can detect mule account or mule card being set up on a bank and make sure they've been stopped before they can be used to start laundering money. Protection is when they're already actively attacking yourself, then it's more active protection. So device fingerprinting, biometrics, and so on, in order to verify that nobody that shouldn't is accessing the customer client. Now, the next phase is the bad one. If you fail to implement that, or fail to learn how sophisticated they are, and adapt your capability to their capabilities, you get into the damage control. Now, damage control is tricky because a lot of you will think, okay, I'm losing money to fraud. It costs me an amount of money, but I'm making more money. Or investing against it is actually still more expensive than what I'm fighting. The problem is, as we see, unfortunately, organized crime, terrorism, to realize that they can run a scam like this for much cheaper than doing drug trafficking. And they can launder money, clean money through this system. It means that if you're not taking action, you are, one, participating to those, facilitating it, and then he exposes you to other issues rather than just simple losses, right? And it's a very important thing to realize these things are moving quite fast. So what I will do now is let you see how it looks in the real. Sorry, the remote is... There we go. So it's an interactive platform. You see all the time of details that they are there. And once you've selected something that you are particularly interested in, you can find out a bit more about this platform and what it can offer. So here, for example, I'm going to have a little look at how I can stop account stuffing, and it will tell me a description and the mitigation that work for this. This enables you to see, do I have this capability? Am I capable of doing that? And if you're not, you can start having your roadmap. But when we go into specifics, so here if I'm saying, okay, I'm worried about malware. So I will look at malware, pick the type of malware that I'm worried about or that the business told me I should be protecting myself against, and then we get a narrow view of what is actually our issue and what we should be focusing on. And again, if you visit them, you can then see what you should be implementing in order to protect yourself, what is the type of mitigation measure you should have. And that helps you to see, what do I have? Know yourself. And I promise you, any of you that want to, you can contact us and we can give you a free assessment of your capabilities. I have worked with very large organizations. We work with Interpol, Europol in investigation all year long. Often people don't realize what they have, but most importantly, what they do not have. Right? What capability do you really have? Which one are actually working? When did you buy a solution, didn't implement it, or it's not working properly? And if you don't know yourself, you can't fight with guys. But once you know yourself, then this will help you understand, okay, this is how I stop a malware. Actually, it's not that hard. There is a couple of permissions I need to look after. I need to be careful about behavioral based. Do I have this capability? Am I able to do this? And once you understand these things, you can move on and start protecting yourself, or at least explain to your management very easily, why do I need more investment? With the understanding on why you need this. Now, we take this thing, a little further as well. So when you are looking at your management of clients, they have a process from the moment they start logging to your digital channel and they are using your system until the moment they leave. They've completed the transaction they wanted to effect and they left you. There is an enormous amount of data behind this that you could use. And so, for example, if I'm looking at, this is an example of a network, a fraud network, where they were using multiple banks, using card, moving money around, and then this data can come to you only if you collect it properly and if you are working with one another, within the limit of GDPR, of course, but it is absolutely possible. The goal is then to move forward to really something where there is ultimate collaboration between corporation, banks, regulators, payment system, when data is exchanged. These guys are exchanging data. They do. And if we don't exchange data as well, we won't be able to keep up. I hear people saying very proudly, we have an AI. Do you understand how your AI works? Do you think they do not have an AI? They do. And we've been monitoring some example where they will look at the defenses of a bank, where when they are creating the new network account, and they will check all the boundaries, check when the system starts to react, what activity there can trigger a response. Once they have learned that, they create a profile of your risk profile, and then they adapt the strategy on how they're going to go around it. And it's happening every day. But if you don't have the capability to detect such activity, it leaves you quite open. Does that make any sense so far? Yeah? Okay. I've been going quite fast, so we're going to have plenty of time, I think. But what I want to leave you with is a thing that actually my daughter's teacher has done, which I couldn't master in many years. But to explain perseverance when it comes to this community resilience and how we need to work together to fight financial crime is to forget that, yes, it's hard. Yes, we don't always have all the answers, and we need to share, we need to be open about what we do not know so that we can learn from one another. It will take time, but as is summarized very well, the only way to become a black belt at anything is to never give up, is to keep going, even when it gets hard. And this is really what we believe can be achieved if we all work together to create community and sharing fraud intelligence. Right? So that's it from me. If we want, we can take some question, but I try to keep it.
We have plenty of time for questions, should you wish them. Everybody in the room knows all the answers. That's the only thing I can say.
You know, I always say that. It's like the only reason there is no question is if the presentation was absolutely perfect, or people really didn't care. But okay, I can give you one more example of a really pertinent thing. I was once investigating a call center, a scam call center in India, and when we discovered this scam center and we visited them, the scam center was very successful because the people there was really convincing. And just to give you an idea on how far these guys will go, people that worked in that call center believed that they worked for the bank. Their contract has the brand of the bank. They had script that they followed. The building was branded. The office was branded like the bank. And they generally thought they were helping customer. Now, how convincing will be a scammer if he really thinks he's helping you, right? But there are methods, there are ways to detect those. But it's only when we share information about this scheme that we can get stronger together as a community. Right, with that, I'll leave you to a longer coffee break.
No, we're not back into a coffee break yet.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Merci bien, monsieur.
Il n'y a pas de quoi.
Right, we'll have another little go at trying to give away some stuff, shall we? Are we ready? Let's have the roll. Please tell me that Dejan is in the room. Hurrah, hurrah. I have no idea what you're going to get. It's exciting though, isn't it? You're going to get a Christmas present or something. For you, sir, enjoy. Don't drink it all at once. We move on a little bit ahead of time, which is excellent. Let me welcome to the stage Michael Jarsky. that's not rock, I don't know what is.
If I would knew it's going to be this next day after the party, I would probably ask for something different, more mellow. You know,
Something more
silent.
mellow? No. Keep everybody awake. But you're a man who likes to travel, you like to ski, you've got all sorts of things in your portfolio.
Well, if you're responsible for such a beautiful part of the world as Eastern Europe, obviously you like to travel.
Yeah.
Obviously you like to meet people from different cultural backgrounds and cross the borders all the time.
But you also are intriguing me, the comment that you made when we spoke earlier, with regard to if you travel, or if you just read maps, there are bizarre anomalies around this world.
Well, you know, we can probably spend the whole slot discussing
Yeah, okay,
this,
fine. Well,
or
you've
even
plenty of
more.
time, you know.
Yeah, it's very comfortable
Enjoy
here.
it. Give everybody some idea about the sort of things you've discovered.
Well, especially in again, our part of the world, the borders were moving left and right, depending on what were political setups. And it left behind some really bizarre places. Even here in Slovenia, between Slovenia and Istria on Croatian side, you probably perfectly know this dispute about the border, where it actually goes. Should it go over the channel which was built by the Romans, or it should go along the old riverbed, which is 100 meters apart, which creates some further implications, like, you know, what are the territorial waters where the fishermen can go fishing. It's really interesting, especially Slovenia is locked as of the access to the Mediterranean by Italy and Croatia. But there are more and more fascinating things. You know, Google Maps is giving us this wonderful tool to explore those places. In Austria, you have the city, which is, well, a town, which is accessible only from Germany. You cannot go there.
That's bizarre.
From Austria.
It's like an island.
It's like an island. Actually, it's like a, sorry to say that, like a pimp, you know, because it's connected to Austria over the hilltop. So you can walk there if you go over the actual top of the mountain.
Okay.
But to drive there, you need to go around, going through Germany.
And does it create arguments between the nations?
I believe it created a lot of arguments in the past. Of course, you know, again, in this place, like Adriatic countries, you had one big country, then it was divided, then, you know, part of the countries joined EU, so the borders disappeared. Like most recently, the controls over the border between Slovenia and Croatia, which is marvelous. You can just drive through without waiting in the queue and checking the time if you are able to make it to the meeting.
But let's get on with the job. I mean, lots of things, I'm sure, within Force Point, you could cause anomalies here too that you need to get around and so on. So please, take the stage.
Thank you so much. First of all, you know, any presentation is like a theater, right? We have the stage, we have the actor, but above all, and what is most important in any theater is the audience. So, chapeau bas, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for appearing here today, again, after the long party. So thank you so much. Big applause for you. A commitment from my side to keep you entertained, because, again, a theater lesson, if an actor goes to the stage, they are usually asking not to go to the toilet, so he's more like, you know, concentrated on what he is going to speak. Another good tip for anyone who is making the presentation is to be the last one before the lunch, which is also keeping the audience very focused on what he's speaking about. My commitment is to keep you entertained this time, so let's start with something like a quiz. So if you could give me your best guess, who is this beautiful lady? I hear the names.
They're all
There's
too
a
young.
hint. There is a hint. Her face appeared on the box, and the more senior people on this call probably know
look
the
at
Coral
me.
Draw, which was the famous picture manipulation program back in the 90s. The lady name is Hedy Lamarr. She was considered the most beautiful actress in Hollywood back in the 40s. Originally, she was from Germany. Talking about borders, she escaped Germany because she was totally anti-fascist and anti-Hitler. Part of it might have been attributed to the fact that she played in the film, which was banned by the fascist Germany. The name was very suggestive, Ecstasy. So you can imagine what was the role she was playing. But why we are mentioning Hedy Lamarr here? This lady invented something which all of us use, even here in this room, because you are most probably using Wi-Fi, LTE, or any other connection which involves radio communication. Hedy Lamarr was the inventor of something which we call now frequency hopping spread spectrum. An actress inventing this kind of stuff. Remember, this was 40s. So this technology is helping us to keep the communication, especially in a crowded areas, uninterrupted, without interferences. It's used in Wi-Fi, it's used in LTE, as I mentioned. Why I'm mentioning this? Who is connected to Wi-Fi here? How do you know you're connected to the right Wi-Fi? By the name, guessing it, right? I won't be scaring you with the fact that I might have a Pineapple device in my backpack. I don't worry. But the problem is that in the modern world, the digital identity is not following the real identity. We expect things to happen like in the real world. And they are not. So we connect to Wi-Fi networks, we accept spam emails from the bad guys, we cross the borders without showing the right passport. Like Hedy was probably in the need to present something, escaping from Germany. This digital identity deficiency is really a huge, huge challenge because this has those big implications on both our personal lives and the lives of our companies. We assumed certain things in the past, like we assumed that we can build safe domains, safe areas, surrounded by a wall, surrounded by the border, where we could build safe systems which were not infected by anything, there was no malware. Those were the safe zones. This is the place where we have built our data centers, this is the place where we put our employees, this is the place where we transacted and made our data processed. However, over time, this border had to disappear because we had to connect to the cloud services. And we had a lot of discussions during this conference with the people, asking them, what's your strategy for the cloud, blah, blah, blah. No, there's no strategy. We are really on-prem. We keep things in-house. But Microsoft came to us and offered a very nice deal for Office 365 or Microsoft 365. So basically, the border is gone. Suddenly, your data are no more processed inside this safe area. Your data is being processed in AWS, in Google Cloud, in Microsoft Cloud, whatever cloud you're using or you're going to use. But you still have some data in-house as well. So how do you make sure that this information is processed properly, is accessed by the right people, it's not stolen, it's not leaked, it's not given to someone who shouldn't have the visibility of this information? Because the people are also leaving the organization. They are leaving physically. You have your branch offices, you have your remote sites. They are living personally. Because of the pandemic, because of other factors, you let people work from home. Again, most of you here probably, when you open your mobile phones, you probably access your email system. You get some updates from your colleagues, which are unfortunately not attend the conference. Is there anyone who hasn't checked the email over this 1.5 days? Yes. Okay. Handful. So this creates a lot of issues because this is not just one person. It's not just a VPN that you can put to one guy or an MPLS you can put into a branch office. There are tons of people accessing this, which makes the situation really complex because you have to tunnel all of this data through your data center. You need to build the capacity by keeping their user experience as good as possible. So they do not see you as the security officers, the They don't see you as a roadblock, as something which is not allowing them to perform their daily jobs. At the same time, because you have this loss of control, both the data are out of the house and the people are out of the house. So something that was mentioned on the initial presentation yesterday, Robert mentioned, keep the boat in water, people in the boat. No, the guys are already outside. How do you make sure that they are still keeping the boat and they are still communicating with you in the right way? The current setups are usually slow. They require a lot of agents being installed on the devices. Again, some devices are impossible to have any agent on. Your mobile phones, those are your mobile phones. You won't allow anyone to install anything on your device, but you still want to access the company data from your personal phone. Printers, some automation systems, no agent whatsoever. How do you make sure that the data these devices are accessing is safe? The concept that Gartner came up with is called SASE, SSE. This is how moving basically all those security functions and access functions up to the cloud and giving the users the ability to have direct access to all the resources they have. So you are shortening the distance to the resources they need to access. You're shortening the distance to the on-prem data center because they go through big pipes. But also you're shortening the access to the cloud services because usually if you build it right, you use the system which has got direct links to the major service providers. This is, in some situations, it's actually accelerating access by 30, 40%. I promise to not use the percentage. Now, since you get this access layer up to the cloud, you can also follow with the security functions there. Because you don't need to pull the traffic down to your data center and then push it up to the cloud. You can put everything in one system. This gives you additional functionalities because if it's cloud native, you don't only see the traffic which is going through, but you also can integrate with API, through API with those cloud services. So if someone does some data manipulation inside the cloud service, you also see that. If someone shares the file, it's not traveling across those links. It's just certain operation being done in the cloud, and you can still monitor this operation and see how it's happening. All those security functions can go there, lowering the cost, lowering the maintenance of the system, and resulting in better convergence, simplifying also the policies that you need to implement in such architecture. So you get performance, you can support bring your own device scenarios, and the young generation, believe me, they will not use the managed laptops. They will say, I need my laptop, I need my device, and your job is to make sure that they can still access the data, but access data along the policies that you defined. Unified policies to make it simpler and working in a hybrid mode. That's a beautiful picture that, well, not beautiful because I draw it, because I didn't draw it. It's a beautiful picture drawn by Gartner. Now, reality check, right? And here comes my favorite picture. Human error and human as general is the target of any attacker, not your systems. Those are the people. Just look at Verizon Data Breach Investigations report. 86% of what they are reporting is based on the human error. So we have Dave. Dave making the decisions. Dave making the errors which costing company so much. And of course, we can make a joke about it. It's a beautiful picture again. But ask yourself a question. Have I never, ever clicked one link too far? Have I ever worked on the production system instead of the test system? Have I never, ever made a mistake that could have costed the company lots of money or maybe even costed it? Because you as security specialist, as IT specialist, your impact on the company well-being is even bigger than the average Dave on this picture. To give you
an example. Here we have a test, a guessing game. Most of the services out there, they use some kind of authentication based on Google, Facebook, Microsoft. So when you access these systems, you are shown this kind of login screen. Your guess, which one is real and which one is a phishing site? Real. Brave gentleman saying real is on the left, the phishing is on the right. Any other guesses? Everyone believes the left is the real? Run around? Okay. Okay, so think about yourself. There are too many people to say who is wrong, who is right. This is the answer. And I can tell you, tough luck, sorry. The real problem here is that they are almost identical. In the past, you could find the typos. In the past, you could see that, phishing email was wrongly spaced on, with the wrong expressions. ChatGPT is giving the attackers nice way of creating a very appealing messages. Here, we are talking about a phishing site, which is one-to-one, like a Google login. And this is 1 year old attack called browser in browser. It's fully interactive. It's not a picture. It's fully interactive, and it's entirely recreated using JavaScript. Why is that? What is our most used application? The browser, right? The browser is the most used application. So the attackers target the browser as the tool to target the user. Now, this means that we have to protect Dave. We have to protect this guy who makes mistakes. We have to give him the tools to make the best decisions and to warn him that something wrong is happening. Now, how it could look like, and this is just an example. This is like the CASB type of functionality. You probably know CASB, Cloud Access Security Broker. So working with the cloud applications, the public cloud applications, and intercepting them, being between the user and the cloud application. So you go to office.com, for example, from your device, not managed by the company. You log in. This is an Okta identity provider, but it can be anything there. You are redirected to after logging. You are redirected to the right service, but all your actions are monitored. It's not the standard Office.com, it's the monitored Office.com. So if you do something which is not good, if you upload, download information which you shouldn't be accessing, the system can block this action, can prevent you from doing something which you shouldn't be doing. The system can also mask the information, so they can give you a file, but inside there are masks, there's a replacement text. Another example, this is like a secure web gateway functionality inside this SASE set. Who knows what is the most, let's say, prevailing type of the websites in the internet? What's the type of content? Give you the hints. It might be searching for jobs. It might be online betting. Might be the P-Thing with nude images. Anyone? Guesses? I have an award. News? No. Who said porn? Okay. Porn, of course, porn. For the sake of this presentation, I'm replacing it with poker. So, a poker site. Of course, you can allow access to this special category of the sites, but then some sites need to be accessed, even if they are in specific category. Like, for example, you want to give access to online libraries of manuals for the printers, so people can actually go there. So what do? You allow the download, but you keep the files through you put them through a certain washing machine to make sure that there is nothing inside. So what do? If you download the file, what's the system that helps you to keep the file sanitized? Quarantine, one idea, but then you need to give this file to the people, especially in the interactive session. Sandboxing, good one. Who said sandboxing? Okay. I'm following this. Sandboxing. Why sandboxing is not good for this kind of situations? Because it's slow. In order to explode in controlled environment, you need to have 10, 12 minutes, and still you can miss the malware inside. So you need to have something different. The most common vector of transferring the malware is, of course, the Office document, Word, Excel, PDF, whatever is there. And we can do the extraction of the real content, leaving behind everything which potentially is wrong. It's called content disarm reconstruction. I will show it to you in a moment. So making sure that the downloads are sanitized, but how about the public sites like LinkedIn, which have chat function inside? How do you make sure that people are not uploading your sensitive data to a public site? You're not controlling it. You haven't got your tenant there. It's a public service. So there should be a way also to monitor this kind of action, and if the data is sensitive, not allow it to be uploaded to the site. How about your own data center? It should be accessed in the same way without the need of VPN, because VPN is just opening the gate for everyone. Doing the zero trust network access. Zero trust meaning first you authenticate the person, make sure that this is the right person having the rights to access, working from the right device, from the right location. So if I am in Slovenia, I can access my private applications. If I am in China, no go. If I am working from Tor, no go. Logging as usual, working with your on-prem applications just like they are exposed to the internet, but they are not. And of course, monitoring the uploads and downloads to prevent bad things being injected into your company. So if someone uploads data to your private applications, we also can sanitize this and make sure that there is nothing bad inside. Because this information exchange based on zero trust is very, very important in both directions. Downloading data, but uploading as well. I promised to you this quick intro to content disarm reconstruction. What you do, you take the document, you see what is the layer which is actually displayed to the user. What is visible data? What is the thing in the Word document that you want to see, to edit, to process? You take this out, leaving everything behind, not thinking what there might be, any malware, any script, doesn't matter. Just take this content, scan it, make sure that you have the DLP policies in place, and then reconstruct the document from scratch. If it was a Word, make a new Word and plug this data back into a Word. Reconstructing also the layout of the data. What is important is to keep this document editable. It's not a snapshot, it's editable document. Something which can be still processed, it can be edited, can be sent further, but it's 100% safe, it's 100% available, and not violating the hermeticity of your system. Now, how do you decide which data is actually sensitive, which is not? There is a tool called DLP, right? Data leakage prevention. But you need to, and I see it coming. Thank you. What's behind? Because I need to see. Thank you. So DLP needs to be working in the background, but not interrupting your people, not breaking their processes, not causing the calls to you as security operations centers. I cannot do my work because this thing is not working as expected. So it cannot also overwhelm the administrators. We all have limited resources. We all have limited time to address the incident. So it has to be as automated as possible. And it shouldn't mistake a good insider, your employee, with the malicious insider or malicious outsider. There is a methodology to scan and to identify where your data is actually located. On your laptops, on your servers, on cloud servers, in the cloud services. And you need to be able to scan all of those locations, identifying what type of information. You need to give also the tool to the users to decide what is sensitive, what is not. They are playing a vital role in this, but you also have to educate them how to do that. Then you have to monitor what they are doing and take action. So how do you identify which data is belonging to the set of your sensitive things? How do you make sure that the right data is properly tagged? The basic things that you can do, and you will see it on every DLP presentation, let's identify all the credit card numbers. That's very, very easy, and it's very, very not working. You need to have, and I need to say that, machine learning, AI, to actually precisely identify what type of data you have. And even if it's not like whole document, but a fraction of the document, I'll give you a different example. One of our customers in Central Eastern Europe is the company called CD Projekt, and I thank my colleagues here for giving me the time warning. You know, the guys from Cyberpunk and you know, Witcher and so on. So these guys are using Forcepoint DLP to actually make sure that their biggest intellectual property, which is the code of the games, is protected. So just imagine, there's no way to make any kind of regular expressions, keywords, because the keywords are basically the language they are programming in. So this is very, very important to use the right tool to identify brand and mark the information as it should be. Now, you know what information is sensitive. Now, what does it mean that someone is doing something wrong with this information? We call it risk-adaptive DLP. So we monitor the actions of the user. So in this example, the guy is downloading something to the local drive, then doing something like attaching this information to the email and sending out, which is increasing his risk rating to 45. Which he's doing something strange, not usual. But then he's doing nothing wrong for the 30 days. So this means that his rating is dropping. He's kind of like off the hook from now. Not disturbing you as the administrators, as the people who are watching this, not disturbing you in your daily activities. But then something wrong happens again. Suddenly he's copying some extra data from local application. He is doing the screen capture of this application. He's putting things on the USB stick. So what we are doing then, we see a sequence of wrong actions, and we are, for example, automatically encrypting the data on this USB stick. Thank you. Then he's doing something more. He's trying to upload this data to the personal address, and then we are moving into a restriction mode, shutting him down, making sure that he's not doing anything wrong. It's all automatic. You don't need to be overwhelmed by the alarms, and people can be coached on the way. You are doing something wrong. Do you really want to continue? Now, this is very, very interesting story to tell further, and I encourage you to visit us in the booth, but also we have a demo session later on in the breakout rooms. I'll leave you with this guy. Who knows who is this guy? Okay. Who is that? Who said Mikko Hyppönen? Mikko Hyppönen. Okay, here we go. And Mikko Hyppönen said something like this: data is not the new oil, it's the new uranium. It's very, very precious. It's hard to contain within what you can control. And when it's leaking out, the consequences are long-term and very, very painful for everyone. So make sure that your data is safe. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference as well. And thank you so much for your attention.
Michael, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
I'm going to come and talk to you later. All sorts of problems on my computers too. But I was doing all the wrong things, for sure. Shall we have one last attempt at giving something away? Robert, are you present? No? Are we sure? Take two. Ivan. Thank you for attending. Not everybody did. Right, we've had a great morning. We're going to have some kind of brunch at this point, and then you have Then we have opportunities for you for more little groups, breakout sessions on the first floor, so please take advantage of that. And I'm sure you're going to do more networking and all of those lovely things. We are back in this room at 3 o'clock. That's what it says here anyway. This time, I'm not trying to be clever. It says 3 o'clock. Enjoy, learn more, negotiate, get together, and I'll see you later on. Thank you very much.
police is coming. Just a castaway, island lost at sea. Not a lonely day, no one here but me. Oh, more loneliness than any man could bear. Rescue me before I fall into despair. Oh, I'm sending SOS to the world. I'm sending SOS to the world. I hope that someone gets mine. I hope that someone gets mine. I hope that someone gets my message in the bottle. Message in the bottle. A year has passed since I wrote my note. I should have known this right from the start. Only love can keep me together. Love can mend your life, but love can break your heart. I'm sending SOS to the world. I'm sending SOS to the world. I hope that someone gets mine. I hope that someone gets mine. I hope that someone gets mine. Message in the bottle. Message in the bottle. Message in the bottle. Message in the bottle. Woke up this morning, can't believe what I saw. 100 million bottles washed upon a shore. Seems I'm not alone, I've been alone. 100 million cast away, looking for a home. I'm sending SOS to the world. I'm sending SOS to the world. I hope that someone gets mine. I hope that someone gets mine. I hope that someone gets mine. Message in the bottle. Message in the bottle. Message in the bottle. Message in the bottle. Now everybody can sing, right? Sending out an SOS. Of course, sending out an SOS. Sending out an SOS. That's it. Sending out an SOS. 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 Sending out an SOS.
Pala Lepa, very, very nice. We get the whole song just this once. And now I'd like to welcome to the stage Marko Stevancic. Like something. Your kind of music?
My kind of music, yes.
Cool, huh? They're a really
Cool.
great band. Well done, lads. Fabulous. Really nice. Thank you. Marko, you like travel. You have 5 children. You have a beautiful wife. You enjoyed taking them to places around the world. Tell me about it.
It's great. It's great meeting new people. It's great having new experiences, and it's great to share that with the family. So I have to say I'm enjoying my life very much. Really, really.
And you say you've done all 7 continents, really?
All 7 continents, including the penguin continent, yes.
Wow.
This might be the best takeaway from my speech today. If you have an opportunity, go to Antarctica. That's really the place where you can be alone.
Wow. But you could stay alone. It's an interesting place, I'm sure. What is your favorite amongst all of these?
If I would have to choose one, and this would be controversial, but it's Florida. It's the palms, the great weather, and the nice people, except for the politicians. That one I don't really like. But we don't want to talk about politics.
And you've got Disneyland.
And you've got Disneyland, and you've got everything.
And you've been there as a complete family. So Disneyland, I assume, was on the trip.
Yes, yes. You take kids to Florida, you take kids to Disneyland, and they're the happiest they can be.
Well, we're the happiest we can be with your presentation. Take the stage, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for being here today. And I know I'm the last presentation before everybody goes home, so I wanted to focus on this one. The evolution of CISO role. What's next? So my first question for you here is, who wants to be a cybersecurity executive? Who wants to become a cybersecurity executive? Anybody? It's basically
There's one.
a couple of guys around. And I understand, it's a hard job. And I want to talk to you about how to make that job easier. And for you that are here from the vendor community, I want to give you some advice on how to best sell to the CISOs. What are their pain points? What are they dealing with? And it's not really a good job. So each speech I prepare, each presentation I prepare, I like to check if there's anything funny I can tell about the profession, the topic, etc. I just had a presentation about mobile telecommunications, communication service providers, and there was absolutely nothing. For CISOs, there is something. There's a lot. There's a lot of memes. So 1 year in InfoSec, 10 years in InfoSec, I once again come asking for more money for cybersecurity. So cybersecurity, it's hot. Everybody's talking about cybersecurity. Everybody's making memes about cybersecurity. So it's a good place to be. If you're working in security, it's a good place to be. You are the top nerds, one would like to say. What are the key issues I really want to address? What are the main priorities of CISOs today? What will organizations do around cybersecurity in 2023? And the CISO role, what needs to change? First question, what's the current situation of cybersecurity executive? They face a lot of pressure. So here are some numbers, and numbers are easy to make up even from the thin air. But generally, it's not a good position to be in cybersecurity. There's a lot of breaches. In Gartner, we collate daily list of top breaches that have happened, and it's always 5 or 6. and it's always 1 million records were stolen, or there was a huge breach bringing down a network of 1,000 computers, etc., etc. So there's a lot going on, and security is now pressured around how do we demonstrate our value, because obviously what we're not doing is we're not providing the right value, because there's a lot of breaches and a lot of stolen data. So what do we see? We ask CISOs and we ask the boards, how do they see the role? And the CISOs are reporting that they're spending much more time on tactical things than they should. So CISOs are fighting fires. They are working with this breach, ransomware, tactical things that don't bring any value. And on the other side, when we ask the boards and other executives, what's going on? How do you see the CISO? They say, oh, we like to complain about them a lot because they are making our lives very, very hard. What does business really want from security? Business wants from security one thing. Don't slow down my projects. Don't train me. Don't train me about security. Don't make my job difficult. That's the typical things that the business wants from security. And what does security want from business? They want accountability. They want to incorporate security, not give security policies around. They want to be at the decision-making table. And one of the things that really surprised me is we did a survey recently, and we asked people in organization, we said, did you breach security policy in the last year? 60% of people said yes. And we asked them the follow-up question. We said, if it would make your job easier, would you breach the security policy? Almost 80% of people said yes. So the question we are faced with as a security executive or security professional is, we are not giving the business the right things. We are creating difficulties for them. So in Gartner, what we did is we said, what is a typical CISO job? And we have these things: risk management, stakeholder management, effectiveness, communication, security strategy, business value, control. At the end of the day, it comes to 3 big things: CISO role, technology, and business value. These are the things that cybersecurity executives should think about. Not about what kind of firewall to buy, not about how to implement a specific zero trust project, but how do I communicate business value? How do I evolve my role so I'm at the right table? And we did even more, and we asked top CISOs, what are the things that you're spending your time doing? And these are the things. So they are demonstrating value and collaborating with business partners. They are meeting the daily cybersecurity needs, and they're optimizing programs. So these are all of the things that you need to do around technology, around personal effectiveness, around strategy, and around talent management. There's 2 million jobs in security just in Europe that are missing. So there's not enough talent. So this is one of the big priorities. When you go and check the presentation slides later on, I would suggest everybody to take this slide and look what are the things that you should really be doing right now. What are organizations doing about cybersecurity? What are cybersecurity priorities of typical organization in 2023? The first thing is overall risk appetite is set to increase. We asked the boards of international companies, and we said, what's your risk appetite? Are you prepared to take more risk, less risk? And most of the responses were around increasing, slightly increase, some increase, significantly increase, which means one thing: the era of 100% security is over. So you don't need to provide full security, you need to have a conversation. You need to have a simple conversation at the board level and say, we are currently patching our systems in 14 days, and this costs us 100,000 euro per year. We can go to 5 days, which is best of breed practice in our industry, but this will cost 500,000 euro. Or we can decrease this to 70 days and it will cost us almost nothing. But the decision should never be the security decision. This is a business decision, and if the risk appetite is increasing, then you need to take care of that. You need to implement this into your thinking. The second part about this is loss of control. 76% of CEOs and business leaders want more work done inside business. And the business unit leaders also want to have more IT people embedded into their thinking. If you're thinking about digital transformation, it's no longer IT takes order, builds a project, delivers a project, rolls it out. It's now very iterative. It's thinking, it's doing minimum viable product, it's agile building. And things are no longer inside IT, things are more and more inside business units. So IT security, cybersecurity needs to take care of that. You need to provide an environment of safety for this sort of thinking. And if I go back many, many years, I was managing a project probably 15 years ago. The main obstacle, this was a great project. It was, let's build a digital signage for a retail company. And the biggest obstacle was security. Security was saying, no, we cannot open firewalls, we cannot do VPNs, blah, 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 blah. And the project was stopped for 6 months until they figured out how to do it. Today, in the era of digital transformation, this will be impossible. If I would be managing the digital transformation project, retail signage, I would just go to the board and say, look, security is making fun of the project, they're making fun of me, they're not helpful, and security would be overridden. So you need to take care of this trend of loss of control. What about money? What's going on with the money for cybersecurity? The good part is that we see in Gartner IT budgets increasing, at least with inflation, or even more in this and next years. So money for technology is there. And number one priority of most CIOs worldwide is cybersecurity. So 66% of all IT leaders, so for CEOs or CTOs, have said we will be increasing the spending, the investment in cybersecurity. So you will have money. You will have money to sell to the companies, you will have money to implement. The question is what? And this is another trend that we see in Gartner, it's cybersecurity mesh. If you did not see this one, if you did not talk about this, I strongly suggest you start thinking about cybersecurity mesh. It's about a set of services and tools that enable different clients to engage with different sources of value. So it's, this fits some sell this as zero trust, but it's a way of thinking. It's no longer thinking about, oh, I have a specific client that will need to access specific legacy data, but it's always a question of what kind of composable security services I create to make this happen. So yes, there's more money, but you will be spending more money on these sort of solutions. And if we look at the security budget, so we said spending for security will increase. If we look at security budgets for this year and next year, they will increase and grow relative with inflation. So most of you that are in end user companies will have more money. Most of vendors will have a bigger pie to sell to. So the money is there, the party can continue. What about you as a CISO? What about you as a cybersecurity executive? What can you do? What do you need to change to be stable in your role? And we see two opportunities for improvement. When we ask CISOs, what do you do in your job? And we ask stakeholders, so boards, business directors, end users, are the CISOs delivering on this? Only 12% of CISOs are delivering effectively. And less than half of boards are confident then CISOs can deliver on a cybersecurity as a corporate priority. So currently, boards are investing, money is there, vendors have the solutions. The question is, how do we deliver on this promise? What needs to change inside the CISO, inside our organizations, that will enable this change? And today, we see most of the security and risk management, cybersecurity leaders as people that are accountable for managing risks. So the risk stays with the CISO. He's the owner of the risk. And in the future, we see them as leaders that enable that other business leaders have knowledge and capabilities to make informed decisions about security posture. So it's no longer security is mine, so I will forbid everything and I will invest millions of euro to make the best security posture available. But it's more like these are security needs of our organization. This is what we can offer to the organization, but you need to choose and decide what happens with this one. It's almost the same as physical security. With physical security, there's a lot of understanding. Do we need to have a 24/7 security, or can we live with just video cameras, or do we don't even need that one, depending on what kind of organization we're running. But when we are in cybersecurity, it's always the question of, oh, we need the latest and the best. So we need to enable business leaders to have informed decisions. And our role will change. Role of cybersecurity leader will change. There will no longer be a CISO that prevents breaches. It will be a CISO that facilitates risk management. So your job is no longer, we will prevent breaches 100%. It will be a security problem, cybersecurity. We will be a roadblock. No. You will be a organizational risk, and security will enable agile products. So this is the change that needs to happen first inside security organizations, and then inside the organizations as a whole. So if you look at the 4 stages of evolution of CISO, most of you are here. Controls manager. You have your controls, you manage them, you own risk, and you say no to everything. But then you can move to risk decision owner. So you decide about the risk. You make informed decision around, do we patch in 7 days, 14 days, and 70 days? Then you move to facilitator, where you enable business leaders to decide on their own, based on their needs, based on their security and risk posture. And the last one is value creator, because security can create value for the organization. If you make the right story, if you create the right set of services, that's additional value towards your organization. So as a CISO, to be really effective, you need to focus on 4 most critical capabilities. And I will start with the bottom one, personal well-being. I just had a conversation here with a colleague. I had conversation last week. I have conversations all of the time. CISOs are switching jobs frequently, much more frequently than anybody else in the industry. Why? Because they are burnt out, because they are always at fault. The projects are not delivered, there was this breach, there was that breach. It's very unrewarding type of a job, but well paid. Typical CISO for mid-sized organization, mid-sized to large organization in the US is paid over $250,000 per annum. So it's a good place to be in, but you need to understand, you need to take care of personal well-being, otherwise you will burn out. The second one, talent. Talent. Think about how you will feel the talent gets inside your organization. And think about different ways of building up talent. It's no longer, I go to the market, I buy the best intrusion prevention specialist. I go to the market and I will buy XDR specialists, because they are just simply not there. If they are there, they are bought by vendor companies to sell you stuff. So you need to think about how we will find, identify people inside your organization, how we will create unconventional ways to fill the roles, even if that means that you will have one person that's shared between many organizations for a specific role. Future risk manager. You need to understand not the risk now, but what kind of risk will come to your organization in the future, and you need to manage that risk. In security, you're very focused on tactical. And now, this year it's all about, last year it was ransomware, this year it will be about something else. Focus on future risk, because that's where the real value lies. And the one that really needs to stand out is communicate cybersecurity values to the board. You need to have board-level conversations, business unit-level conversations about cybersecurity, and not the conversation that would be like this: oh, we had another breach, what did you do about that? No, but you need to have an annual conversation with the board, an annual conversation with supervisory board. What are the risks? What's our risk posture? How are we responding to that risk? And you need to tell stories, never facts. Don't go out and say, oh, I have this busy slide, and on the slide it's our patching is 14 days, our incident prevention service is that, our spam is that, blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares about that at the board level. They don't care. Tell a story. Tell a story how, by implementing a specific system, by implementing first part of Zero Trust journey, you're making your systems more available. You have facilitated the remote work, hybrid work. And this was a big missed opportunity in my feeling. After COVID, nobody in security was talking about how they were enabling organizations to function with remote work, remote access, etc., etc. They were always talking about technologies, never about business value, never about stories. Another busy slide. I like this slide. It's what are the 14 different ways CISO can be effective. And it goes from clear boundary between work and non-work, so don't work all the time, up to the top to engage in securing emerging technologies. So there's a lot the CISO have to work. And it's on these different four critical roles. So influence, technology, talent, and their own stress. So again, download the slides, look at them, and if somebody wants to have more discussion about this, I'm very happy in Gartner. What we are doing with our CISO members, we enable them to have a measurement of their effectiveness, and they can benchmark themselves and compare how they compare to other people in similar organizations and similar roles, so you know where you can go and improve. So the last slide that I want to share with you is this one, and it should be a good takeaway. CISO have started this year to transition from technical experts to business executives. And as a business executive, as a C-suite, so chief executive of something, of information security, you need to engage sponsors for the cybersecurity program. So your job is to find sponsors, to convince them that's the board, that's the supervisory boards, there's lines of business, that what's the value of cybersecurity, and how do you do that? You need to reframe the role from tactical. It's no longer about fighting fires to business storyteller. You need to become a very good storyteller. You need to tell stories about security, not just what you did in the past, and connect them to specific business outcomes. And going to the future, connect them to specific business value. I know it's very easy to say, very hard to do, but that's why we're getting paid a lot of money, I hope. That would be everything from my side, and we will have more discussion about this in the roundtable.
Do sit. Thank you very much. Very interesting. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions in a minute. While the guys rig the chairs for the next section, what we have now will be a round table. But let's just remind you of what else is going to go on. Obviously, after the discussion, we will move on to the auction. It's a standard part of Risk every year, and it's a really exciting part. At the end of the auction, or even before the auction, if you're not that interested, please don't run away, because we would like to make a group picture of every single person in this room. God knows how it's going to be stage managed. It's not my responsibility. And then, of course, we have the barbecue, and I'm looking forward to that. So, the guys can rig. We will carry on just chatting for a moment before I introduce then your guests. What sort of percentage does a company, it probably depends on the size of the company, but what sort of percentage does a company actually have to spend on cybersecurity? It's an impossible question, I know, but you know?
This will be one of the best answers that I can give. It depends. Of course, it depends.
It does, yes,
It
I get it.
depends. What we see is, for technology, if you are a mining company, you would spend 3% of your revenue. If you are a bank, it would be 11%. And then if you go from that, perhaps 10% out of that goes to cybersecurity. Again, it depends on your security posture. But the point here is you need to show the risks and tell the story. So if I look a couple of years back to the Petya ransomware, if you are a big oil mining, oil producing company, and you stop producing for a couple of days, that might be $150 million that you are wasted. So your security posture is completely different than if you are, I don't know, a bakery.
But as the company gets smaller, I guess the percentage is bound to be slightly greater.
You would think so, but generally we don't see that one. We see that as the company gets smaller, it's less managed, more security. That's security by hope than security by design.
That sounds risky to me. But that's what we're here talking about, is risk. And it's what we've been doing for 2 days, and I hope everybody has got quite a lot out of that. But let's carry on with the discussion while I welcome to the stage the panelists for the discussion with Marco. From ForcePoint, Mikolaj; from ExtraHop, Eric; from Trellix, Isabel; from Logarithm, Lutz; and from Addiko Bank, Janko. Welcome to the stage, all of you, and Marco, it's yours. Hi.
Thank you, everybody, for making time for this final technical thing, or technical presentation or technical talk, and then it's just fun. So we are standing between the fun part. So we will try to be funny as well, hopefully. I think the biggest idea...
Your time is up.
Oh, the fun time starts.
We're done.
So the idea for this roundtable was that we leave you with some takeaways. When you go back to your company, back home, that you will have some insight, not just from technical presentations, not just from sales presentations, not just from Gartner presentations, but directly from the people that are living and doing things. So we have a good group of people here. We have a CISO, we have vendors, representatives from different verticals of security. So what I would like to talk about first, and I will ask this question to everybody in the region, and I think it's the question that everybody gets asked all of the time. So it's, how do you talk to the stakeholders in the organization? You're faced with talking to the board, or talking to the CIO, or talking to the business unit person, or just talking in an elevator with somebody that says, oh, you're a security guy. And the question is, are we 100% secure? So how sure are you that we are 100% secure? So I will just go here and start with you, Eric, and how do you respond to that one?
Well, it's pretty simple. I don't know. Yeah, everybody hears me. So it's pretty simple, right? Are you 100% secure? Never. I mean, that's unfortunately the reality we live in, right? It is a cat and mouse game, right? What you want to do is make sure you have the best solutions and the best people to be able to act when it's needed. And for the rest, you know that there's a lot of smart people on the offense side that are trying to do the same. So being smarter, being faster, being able to remediate faster, to detect faster is the only way to prevent anything from happening. Are you ever 100% secure? No, never, sorry.
So my takeaway from this one is there's a lot of smart people and I don't have the money as a CISO or business executive to hire them, so I cannot be 100% secure.
Yeah, and if you don't have the people, you need to be smarter. You need to automate things, right? If you don't have the people, then be smarter, do things automated so that you don't need so many people. That is, I think, the only thing you do in that situation.
Great, thank you. So Nikolai, how about you? If you have this conversation, you step in the elevator, and there's this guy, you never met him before, you just know that he's an important executive, and he says, oh, you're the security guy. Are we secure?
I mean, I would follow up a little bit on what my colleague here says, but you're mentioning that the security is effectively becoming a business discussion. Business, as I've once heard from a mentor of mine, is a constant change management. And this constant change management is tied to risk, understood as both opportunity and threat. And business loves two things: numbers and ownership. Like, you will never be successful with business without knowing your metrics or being simply responsible for what you do. Following on that, if you will then effectively take the measurements in security, you need to tie it to risk. Like, risk is the platform to talk further the cybersecurity, because business will not care about number of alerts you get, of alert fatigue, or the playbooks you develop. What they will effectively care about is the risk tied to a certain operation or a process. Now, I have a friend, a CISO, by the way, and he has this great way of explaining. He goes to a board meeting and says like this: we effectively own a risk worth of X 100,000 if this process will be broken due to a cyber attack. Now, to effectively mitigate this risk, I will need X amount of budget. Let's say 100,000. If he gets it, good, we have a business, right? But if not, he says, I communicated this to you, my dear board, and we are effectively owning the risk together because you didn't give this budget to me. So ownership, right? I mean, measurable risk, ownership is shared, so it's like, like shared responsibility, like with the cloud. And then I'm not saying he's off the hook, but he did his best to communicate it to the business. Yeah. That's my point on it.
I think that's really a good point around ownership and identifying ownership and also accepting the risk. Because we were all brought up in security world in a way that we don't accept risk. We mitigate 100%, and that's becoming impossible because there's a lot of smart people. But now, how do you do it like operationally? How do you communicate this sort of risk to the board, to the stakeholders? Is there a process that you need to follow, or that you follow, or do you have any advice here?
Yes. First of all, Nikolai, very good, and also your points are very good. How the risks are being taken or addressed by the CISO, and yes, of course, there is a process in some organization. Usually, this is like daily routine, if this is necessary. Otherwise, there are sessions which take place weekly, bi-weekly, and speaking for myself, I can attend any session announced or even unannounced. I come there and say, listen, guys, we have a risk. We together, not me, but we have a risk which we need to tackle. And now I will present it. And of course, as Nikolai said, if you do not go in the direction which I propose, of course, we can decide to go to some other direction. But if you do nothing, you're the one accepting the risk. I'm not. I must emphasize that many times in your career, some CISO will face the situation that his proposals will not be accepted. But nobody should be offended, not take it personal, like a failure, because he did his best. As you said, are we 100% secure? no, nobody is 100% secure. Not we now here at the moment. But are we doing our best? Could we do better? Do we have all KPIs and so on in place that we can measure what we do, and can we report, or could we do better? Did we identify gaps? Are we following the regulation, which is, I'm coming from banking, very, very broad. Yes, we do our best. We are doing 100% or even more to be as secure as possible.
So it's constant process that you're doing.
Exactly.
It's going on. Great. So what's there to add? I don't know.
Well, I would also say, as any business leader, what you always need to position is ROI, return on investment. So what's the cost of doing nothing? And then what is the cost and what's the implication? What do I receive on return? And I think as the CISO role evolves, something that they really need to do is understand each business segmentation. So for example, I work in sales. If Salesforce went down or our PO processing system went down at end of quarter, that's a catastrophe, right? So I would need to articulate, if we don't protect this system and it goes down X amount of time, this is generally the cost to the business. How risk adverse, or what's our risk tolerance for that particular risk? And then equally, all businesses are at risk. We're never 100% secure. So the CISO's role is to articulate the cost of each particular risk, and as we said, ask the business to determine, are they willing to absorb that risk and that cost?
Great. So one thing that I'm wondering, we are talking about, there is a risk of, or a cost of doing thing, so implementing something, or the cost of not doing something. That's the cost of risk. Luis, do you see what we in Gartner like to suggest is always provide a menu, tell a story, provide a menu, say this is option A, B, or C. Yeah. Is this valuable? Do you see this in your experience as a valuable option?
I think it's very relevant, and look, there's some great points that have been made by the panel in terms of your exposure to risk, how you measure risk. I think the number one thing that I often see, the best SOC teams, the most advanced SOC teams operate on is the assumption that they will be breached. The most important factor within that means that they have procedures and they have processes in place for when it happens. And practice makes perfect in anything. You can do it in sport, you can do it in business. The reality of the situation is that most of these organizations at some point will face an attack or face a threat that they have to deal with. So having that plan in place, having that process in place, not only does it mean that they're more confident going into that kind of incident mitigation, it also means that the risk is by far reduced, in my opinion. So it's more about the assumption of, we know it will happen, what can we do ahead of time to ensure that we have those procedures in place? And importantly, about the kind of ABC type options, anything can happen, right? In those situations, I don't think there's ever a perfect example of how you respond or how you deal with something. But the reality is, if they are prepared and they have done these kind of procedures and these rehearsals before, they stand a very good chance of being able to deal with those incidents when they arrive.
Brilliant. I think that's really a good takeaway. So if you look at this, and I'm happy about this sort of conversation, because it's not technical. It's about business outcomes, talking about business outcomes with people that don't have any background in risk, and how to communicate, how to tell stories. So it's very aligned to my presentation, which is brilliant. The second question, of course, now where we communicate the risk is, how do we get organization to spend the right amount of money and get the right amount of people, and how do we determine that? So how do we go about and say, how much money should we be spending on security? Eric?
So hopefully as much as possible. No, it comes with risk, right? What is the impact to the business if they get breached or anything, right? And this can be the direct result of a breach, which can be ransom, of course, but there's a lot of other factors, right? The reputation damage, the remediation cost. There's so much extra cost that comes with an attack that you need to have a view of, okay, what is their business? What would it mean if all of a sudden they're in the news, right? Their privacy sensitive data that they, for instance, have on their customers what happens when that situation happens there, right? When all the data all of a sudden is exposed, what would the impact be and the cost to the business? And then you can compare how much, and it's not my decision, of course, that's a business decision, how much are we going to spend for resolving these kind of risk in our organization? Because we already talked about it. Sometimes it's accepting a certain risk and owning it together, saying, listen, we can spend millions of euros on this, but in the end, it's more money that we're making, so does it make any sense? No, right? So you need to make a decision, we're going to fix this, this is an acceptable risk, and we can take that. But, you know, then is always the, what actually happens when that risk or that attack really happens? Are we now going to fire the CISO because, you know, he didn't do a good job? I don't know, you know. I think that is the worst situation for CISO. You know, does the CEO have my back when something happens?
If you miss some risk, yes, of course.
Yeah.
Especially the high risk, which you should notice somehow, yes, of course, you might be dismissed.
Yeah.
So we also have to recognize that data is a currency. You know, these hackers, they're not people in basements anymore, you know, throwing out a little bit of code. These are professional organizations that offer pensions, healthcare, and paid time off. These are really intelligent people trying to break into the customer's infrastructure. So as an example, you might say, look, we're going to spend heavily on email. 90% of the attacks are still done on email, which is significantly high. So I'm going to put more emphasis on this because I feel that there's more threat here. Or looking at the currency of data, if you was to get my mobile number, that would be about $1 on the dark web. But if you was to obtain my medical details, people can buy that for about $250. So you'd have to look, if I'm a hospital, I might want to spend more in X area because that data is more expensive. So there's so many things to consider about how you spend your budget. I think, Marco, you referred to this, but on average, I think last year it was about 9–10%, depending on the size of the organization. But when you position that to the CISO and particularly the board, you have to ensure that there's an average spend. So detection, protection, and response to make sure that it's quite equal and it's not pockets of budget just in one area.
Of course.
We need to know that there is no obvious return on investment in security in the beginning. But of course, we need to explain that there is return on investment. But whenever we discuss about spending on security, we need to start with the asymmetry between the defender, like us organization, like CISOs, and on the other side with the attacker. We need to find all the risks, or as much as possible, defend against them, meaning close all holes, whatever, vulnerabilities and so on, but the attacker needs to find only one. And we are busted. Yeah? So this is huge asymmetry, which cost us millions. On the other hand, we have free tools.
We have to be lucky once, you have to be lucky always. Right?
Yeah, and, you know, and that's the question, how much will we pay? You know, it's hard to say, depends on the many circumstances. And one of the best return on investments businesses now is ransomware. It costs nearly nothing and you get a lot.
True.
And quickly. Yeah.
Essentially, there are two metrics. So the financial impact, as you mentioned, and the probability of occurrence, usually counted yearly. The problem is with many organizations that those people who are trying to estimate those values, so for example, financial impact of a ransomware incident, they are treated like this close to people who are analyzing who would win a fist fight between Batman and Superman. So if this is the case, then the problem is basically understanding the importance of cybersecurity as a department and as a group of people. And the closest thing I found to a solution is to tie it to the part of interconnection between cybersecurity and business, which is business continuity assurance. Then if you tie it there and introduce to people from business continuity the idea of cyber kill chain, which goes, you know, like reconnaissance, weaponization, and delivery, and move the needle to the left, so to cut this cyber kill chain in the earlier stage and potential savings out of this. Again, I'm saying potential, so there is a big subjective thinking of how this potential value will be received by people you talk with, then that might be a way. However, as I think it was even one of the Gartner publications where they said that CISOs finally get a table on the, I mean, the chair on the big boys table, meaning the board executive meetings. I believe this potential impact can be much more better communicated with this change we see.
I think this is, if you look at the IT, and even in a bank, 15 years ago, the IT manager in a bank was reporting to probably CFO, then it moved to the CEO. Now, most of the banks have a CIO at the board level. So we might be getting to a future when risk, security, cybersecurity becomes a board level position in financial institutions. Luis, what about talent? I don't know if you can talk about it, but everywhere we go, everywhere in IT, we say there's a lack of talent. And in cybersecurity, it's crazy. You cannot get any talent. So how do we address that? How do we go about even having people to operate things? You can build them the great SOC. You can build them the best software, but you need somebody to operate. How do you go around getting those people?
Yeah, I think it's a very well-known problem in our industry that there are just simply not enough people that will operate and manage and even direct the kind of solutions and security that we need. I think there is there's a sense of responsibility for nations as a whole to be educating the populations, particularly students, as they go through their normal kind of education career, to be given cyber skills. I think that's incredibly important. Even today, if you are not within an IT role in some shape or form, you should be at least cyber aware of the things that you do. So in terms of the curriculum, in terms of the education, I think it's incredibly important that it is embedded by nature of how we educate the younger populations. I think the second part of that is that organizations, personally my experience is that they turn to automation. So there's a level of staffing that's absolutely necessary and absolutely important for operating the systems and solutions that they have, but I'm yet to meet a customer that has enough resources and enough budget to satisfy the needs of security for their business. So it comes down a lot of the time to how can we automate a lot of the tasks that we do day to day that we know are probably lesser in risk and probably easy for us to identify and address. There are inherent problems with automation, in any organization and how you address it. But the reality of the situation is the problem of cyber is growing. It's not decreasing, it's growing. We see the stats, we see everything year by year. It's more of a problem. It needs more resourcing. It needs more, more people, more money. It's a good answer to apply automation to it, but I don't think it's the answer. There needs to be a lot more done at the kind of foundational levels to teach the people the right skills to be in these roles.
And this is ultimately a crucial point you made about the education. I mean, recently, what I see and where I believe we fail as people is we do teach our children to not trust a stranger on the street. We don't necessarily teach them to not trust a stranger online. And if you will read any kind of report of amount of threat that teenagers or even younger children are prone to in the internet, I mean, those are terrific, those are horrific, and please do tell your children about potential risks that are out there. And if you will start with cyber aware, there is a slight chance, but slight chance is still better than zero, that they will continue to go into the cybersecurity as an interest, as something to read, as maybe how can I block this person who is writing me weird things on Facebook, etc. This is cyber awareness evolves into cybersecurity in this part, and I truly believe that. On the other hand, there is this constant gratification trend, instant gratification trend we have. So my advice is stop scrolling TikTok, go get yourself a free certification. Right now, even the ISC responsible for CISP is getting a free certification called Certified in Cybersecurity. I mean, it's free. The voucher is posted online left and right, and they have problems of people getting it. I mean, taking this free voucher, learning from a free resource, and having like a officially renowned certificate. So the job is done. automation probably will be, I mean, it will be inevitable as much as AI, because it's simply hard to get to people, to get people to learn. It's a, let's say, social challenge on the level of society.
Yeah. Mark, I would add that I'm fortunate enough in my role at Logarithm. I cover Eastern Europe, CIS countries and Baltics, and there are countries within those regions that have actually got this correct, in my opinion, the way that they start to educate the younger populations in doing this. You look at Lithuania, for an example, you know, fundamentally they have courses across the universities that they offer great cyber skills, even in combination with other scholarships or other kind of degrees that they're doing. It's a part of what they do as they start to educate the population. The same situation in Estonia and Ukraine as well. That was a hub. And the reality of that situation is that some of the largest enterprise customers that I've worked with simply can't resource and staff SOCs in their headquartered country, and they actually turn to other countries to find the staff to do them. So it's not uncommon that we'll see a global organization that will operate a SOC out of Lithuania or Estonia.
So what you're saying is it's a societal problem, and the societies that are managing it the best are the ones that are afraid of the big bear of Russia, so to speak, unfortunately. But if you move away from let's say, this discussion, and the last question for everybody would be very simple. You've been at the conference, you've seen a lot of things, a lot of trends, a lot of technologies. If you need to leave everybody with one or two takeaways, what should they focus on in this year and next year? So let's start with Eric. What's the key thing?
Well, it was a part of my talk, and it is all about things that used to work don't have to work now, right? We have to accept that things change, and we constantly, although, right, that a security tool is fantastic now, we need to look a little bit further to see, hey, if that works now, then probably the cyber attackers or the cyber criminals or the nation states are going to find ways to compromise it, right? So we need to be able to keep an open mind for new technologies, new ways of doing things, because things change. We cannot sit down and say, okay, we've done our job now, we're fine, we're secure, right? We got all the tools. No, they're going to find ways to compromise it again, right? And I work for a company that builds an NNR tool. At a certain point, they're probably also going to find ways to compromise that as well, right? And then we have a new solution that does a new thing. So it is constantly being at these kind of events, listening, learning, right? Talking to your peers, and listening what they see, listening to the vendors, what they tell you, and then making a decision, again, based on risk. What is the thing that I need? What is now interesting for me? Where do we need to invest in? And maybe other tools we can't use and we get rid of, right? Constantly change and optimize your environment. I think that is really the thing that I would say, things change, right? That is really the takeaway. Things change. Things that used to work might not work now, so look for new ways of defending yourself against the cyber threats.
Great, really great advice, really great advice. Thank you. Nikolai.
Okay, I will narrow it down. If you will find yourself talking to big bad wolves of a board of directors or anywhere else, talk ownership, talk numbers, and base it off risk towards the organization. Thank you.
Great, great, really. I think we're trying, in Gartner, we're trying to educate right that. So there's a lot of people coming up from technical side to executive side, and they don't know how to talk things like risk and numbers and matrix, which is the key for executive.
I'm sales, right? I mean, so in my opinion, every CEO is ultimately a salesman. What he does is, what he wants is a market share, profit to investors, etc. So if you will not tie it to potential, okay, first of all, so it's numbers, it's all our numbers, it's charts, Excels, whatever. On the other hand, it's also, I mean, you need to tie this cybersecurity number to something. And for business, it's risk, because business is change management. Change is inevitably tied to risk. Okay.
Thank you. What about the end user perspective? So where are you focusing?
I will be, let's say, more general, not where we are focusing as an organization, because we cannot discuss this in public, but still. I believe that one of the most important duties of CISO is to listen and to observe. Meaning now we have been all here for 2 days, we were listening, and I believe that everyone has heard something new and has something to take away. And now the next step is, of course, we need to observe and listen to our colleagues, to business, as you said in your presentation. We need to be there. I always say that being a remote CISO is a very hard business. I wouldn't ever accept it, to be honest, because I like to be there where the decisions are made. I need to be there for my colleagues to enter my office and say, okay, Janko, we have some problem or some issue, can we do it, or how can we solve it? And meaning that in next days or next weeks, you will observe some new risks, you will hear some new business proposals in your organizations, and you might see some connections to today's or yesterday's presentations, and you will start pulling the strings together, and you will be able to present your proposals via risks, via prevented damage or some saved cost and so on, and be better in the future days.
Thank you. So active listening, really, really important skill.
Yeah.
Isabel.
I would look at, first of all, rationalization. So I definitely wouldn't be going back and asking for more money for new toys and new technology. I think the onus is on average, a company would have somewhere between the region of 80 and 100 cyber security tools. I think you spoke about this. It's more like a spray and pray approach. It's not necessarily strategic. So the first thing to do is to go back, reassess what does work, what's legacy, what we don't necessarily need anymore, look at reduction of cost, and then where that can be reinvested based on the new types of technology. I would certainly look at consolidation, and then things like an XDR strategy, because you know, the automation piece of bringing all the systems together and being able to respond effectively. That's where AI and the lack of talent that will help close that gap and help reduce cost. So yeah, certainly rationalization, and as you said, don't be afraid to get rid of the old tools that don't work anymore. There's so many new tools now that merge together and work together, so take advantage of that.
Brilliant, brilliant. And I think I had a discussion many years back with a guy that worked on application rationalization. And he said, you look at your application portfolio in an organization, and there's always one application that was built by one guy that's now 60 years old, and he's the only one that uses this, and he's built it, and if you take it away, he will just simply die. So you have your challenges, but rationalization is important.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. And Luis?
Look, I think as we spoke about, the major thing for me is about having a plan. You know, if you have a plan or even a basic plan, it's a plan, and it's going to save you in some shape or form. The second thing that I see as being incredibly effective for the customers that we work with is they inherently understand the risk to them as a business. Now, you can go a layer deeper in this, and some very basic and free tools that we see used often are things like MITRE ATT&CK. So organizations will look at the profile of their business, they'll look at their geographical locations, they'll understand the types of threats that are most probable to them as a business and an organization. And the technology side of it then allows them to actually assess those types of activities, those types of techniques that can be used against them as a business. So the first part, they know potentially what is most probable, most common to them. The second part is then putting the protocols in place. If they start to see those types of activities, they can assess them. It doesn't mean they're malicious. You know, we all know that things like PowerShell, it's a common business practice to use it, but it's a very common way that organizations are being attacked with. So monitoring those things and being able to actually look at them in a better level of detail, I think is about being more prepared for when those things happen and occur.
Brilliant. So plan. So we have everything. We have the right mindset going towards cybersecurity. We have the plan, and we execute on it for the year. So thank you very much, everybody. I think this was a very valuable discussion. I think it was. We had perspectives from different ways. So I will just leave you with that, and hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you all very much. Very, very interesting stuff. And actually, that brings me virtually to the end of my task here. Having had the great pleasure of being the host who has tried to ensure that it all works smoothly and you all know what's going on. I have a few things I would like to say before saying goodbye. Not that I'm actually leaving, but I will be around, but before I hand over control, as it were. Those things are, I'd certainly like to point out that this works because there's a team of people over there who are looking at the audio, who are looking at the pictures, who are checking the video and making sure the technologies work in the right place. They have been highly professional, so incredibly well done to you. The second thing I would say, we love the band. It makes such a huge difference, and you guys fit in with it really, really well. The third thing I would like to say is, all of you, thank you very much. I've had some fascinating conversations with many of you, and I've been really honored that you actually come and say, you know, you like the job I do. I'm really, really humbled by that. Thank you very much. And of course, I have to say, thank you to Real. Real is the most incredible company in this area that I have ever worked with, and I've done a lot of presentation work in various forms over the years. What I see here is a group of people with massive skills, the sum of which is so much greater than the individuals. You know, the synergy of the way they function is really fantastic, it's really holistic, and it also is family. It's with love and care and respect, which is really well above what you would see in most cases. I have particularly thanks to you for last night. I mean, your presentation to me was deeply humbling, and I thank you very much indeed. To all of the guys at Real, I'm not going to mention you individually, incredibly well done, a very well organized presentation. So Renato and everyone else, thank you very much for entrusting the job of trying to make it all function from this point of view to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Cheers.
It was a pleasure also for us, as every year. And I hope we are keeping doing this job for generations. Thank you, Chris. Please, again, one big applause for Chris. I cannot imagine the conference risk without this guy, who's honest, the best showman I ever saw in this region, and thank you all.
Thank you.
Yeah. But, okay, David,
Can I
come
join
join
you?
me. Yeah, please. So, are you tired? I am a little bit. Let's be honest, 2 days is a lot of beer, a lot of knowledge, a lot of information.